A confirmation about the audio, please. If the audio is working fine and is clear and available, kindly confirm. Thank you very much. We shall be starting in a couple of moments, guys. I'm doing good. Thank you very much. I hope for everyone the preparation is going on track as of now. Good to know. Unfortunately, I've started geography revision today. Why to refer it as a kind of an unfortunate moment? Think about it fortunately. So, hello, a very warm good morning to all of you, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to the first module for environment and ecology. And from today, for the next 10 sessions, that is up till around 27th, we shall be continuing our study of environment and ecology, whereby we shall try to not only lay a basic foundation upon which the entire subject revolves, but we shall also be comprehensively covering the areas of current affairs up till now, which are going to be relevant for your examination standpoint. We are going to understand the various different nuances associated with the portions of the various international organizations, conventions, etc. And more importantly than any of the topics that we will cover, we will try to understand what to study in this subject in particular. Because when we talk about the coverage of the subject of environment ecology, one of the major issues that arises in the minds of the candidates, first of all, is do we need to study this subject separately? If yes, what is it that we need to study in this? Which are the books that we need to refer for this? How should we prepare accordingly in order to ace this particular exam? These are few of the basic kinds of questions I'm sure would crop up in your mind. So, first of all, we shall be analyzing the importance of this particular module and the importance of this particular subject in the entire committee of the civil services preparation. So it is only apt for me to tell you right now, how is it that this subject started becoming very prominent in the prelims as well as in the mains examination, which was not always the case. That is prior to 2013. If you take a look at the aspirants and what they would prepare, if you take a look at the type of questions which would be asked in the examination, you would be surprised to find out that at that point of time, you did not have a separate subject as environment and ecology up till around 2013. Candidates were supposed to study some portion of ecology and environment from under the portion of biogeography itself, and that would suffice. Few portions of current affairs from here and there would be asked, and that would be it. But it was from 2014 onwards when there was this marked shift in the pattern, where from 2014 onwards in the prelims, UPSC started asking questions, particularly from the area of environment ecology, particularly focused upon the basics of ecosystem, adaptation of the organisms, the different types of biomes in which the organisms would exist, and so on and so forth. And since that point of time, some specialization has been required in this subject. Now, when it comes to prelims examination, you have to understand here that for your prelims, when we talk about the importance of this subject, so for your prelims examination, every year you can expect easily 14 to 15 questions to be asked from that. Okay, 14 to 15 questions are directly asked in the prelims examination. Out of this, if you will again break it down, then around 8 to 9 are from basic concepts. revolving around the static portion of the subject. Whereas 4 to 5 questions, these are based on current affairs, and sometimes you will get around 3 to 4 questions which are absolutely factual. In this 14 to 15 question mix, sometimes you do get 3 to 4 very factual questions. Okay. Now, overall, while you are attempting the prelims examination, obviously for every subject, I'm sure you would be holding a target for yourself that if I'm going to attempt the questions of polity, for example, how many questions am I going to target to do it correctly in the examination so that there is a better prospect, or what should be my approach for that subject. So, here also, I would tell you that if your basic preparations are in place, if your basic preparations are in order, then out of these 13, 14, 15 questions which are asked in environment, easily you should be able to address a minimum of around 10 to 12 questions. Okay, so have a target of around 10 to 12 questions. These 10 to 12 questions will give you an idea. And this is where, if you just are following the portion of the current affairs and looking at the static, this is more than sufficient. Okay. And imagine the kind of advantage that you will get amongst the and from your competition as well. Because if you are able to solve around 10 to 12 questions out of environment ecology, 10 to 12, let's suppose, from history, 10 to 12 from geography, now easily 30 to 36 questions are coming from these difficult subjects out there, right? And obviously the easy subjects are also out there, which will easily fetch your marks above 100. So that is something which is very much required for you to be able to ace this examination. The problem starts arising when we start chasing only the factual questions and the fact based theories which are present, and the fact based current affairs which are present anywhere and everywhere. So here, first of all, after looking at the importance in and where is it that how many questions are asked, we will also talk about the books required and the approach required. But before that, now, is environment and ecology only relevant for your prelims examination? The answer is no. You also get questions roughly in the tune of around 40 to 45 marks, sometimes even 50, 55 marks from the portion of environment in the mains exam as well. So in the mains exam, you get questions worth around 45 to 50 marks in GS paper 3. So the relevance of it transcends beyond the prelims. Now, why I have indicated this is because many of the times when we think about, and if you ask a normal candidate, a normal individual candidate, that what is it that you think is important to be studied under the portion of environment ecology, they will always tell you that I will need to learn the national parks, the wildlife sanctuaries, the critically endangered species, right? They will always have a mindset. Most of your competition will have the same mindset that all I need to do to ace this particular subject is to learn the national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, the critically endangered species, and I am done. So if I'm not able to learn that themselves on my own, I want someone to help me to learn all of those, and that is done. But here you have to understand, out of the all the distribution of marks and distribution of questions that we have seen here, you might get one odd question in the prelims about maybe a wildlife sanctuary or a national park in news. So that is where I am here to tell you that these things are not supposed to be memorized. The moment that you start learning and memorizing these particular facts about all the national parks, all the wildlife sanctuaries, all the various different biosphere reserves, then all the Project Tiger areas, Project Elephant areas, then not only will you end up overcomplicating your own requirement of the subject, you will never be able to revise. So at the end of the day, you will put in excess amount of your effort and the output will not be good. So when we talk about the mains question, where is it that the mains questions are derived from? So basically, they are a mixture of basics plus current affairs. Okay, basics plus current affairs. So generally the questions, the type of questions that you will see in the case of your mains paper is, for example, let's suppose a new legislation has come in, a new legislation to combat the plastic pollution. Now there, the first part of the question might be that what are the ill effects of plastic pollution. So that is very much a part of the basics, the basic static portion. And then the follow up question might be, how is it that the plastic waste management rules of 2022 will help us in combating the issue of this pollution? So, there immediately you get an idea that this question wants you to talk about the portion of current affairs. So, current affairs will be very, very much relevant for your preparation overall. Okay. Now, when it comes to the books required, so let me be very categorical when I say so, that for this particular subject, detailed study of a book is not required. Okay, let me again reiterate myself. For this particular subject, a detailed reading of any book for that matter is not required. So what do you study? What do you base your preparation upon? So for that, let me talk about the materials required. So even though we will be covering significant and substantial portion of current affairs included in this, but you have to understand that sometimes what happens, that for example, let's suppose we have discussed the current affairs up till the month of August, but there might be a new development which might happen. For example, right now when the G20 summit was being held, at that point of time a global biofuel alliance was also launched, right? So whenever such events keep on happening, that needs to be added to your knowledge arsenal. You need to be taking a look into that. Okay, which are the member nations for the global biofuel alliance, what will be the benefit of it to the Indian farmers, which are the observer nations. So these portions of current affairs you should always be on the lookout for. So here, ideally I would want you to take a look into the PPTs plus the additional reading materials which are provided to you, plus current affairs. Okay, that is what is required for your exam. Now beyond this, let's suppose if you like, if you have a particular fascination for any particular book in the market, you are free to explore it. But let me tell you that this is more than sufficient for your examination, provided that you revise this as much as possible. That is why generally in the portion of environment ecology, I end up taking the previous year questions at the end, just to gauge the level of revision overall, so that you are also able to understand which portion you need to revise and up till what depth are you needing to revise that particular portion. But again, I would reiterate here, any of you who are going to have a question that other than this, I'm reading this particular book, I'm reading that particular book, fair enough. Whichever particular book that you are studying, just ensure that you are able to revise that material enough number of times before entering the exam hall. Your preparation should not be half baked, in the sense that you should not go there in the exam hall after reading a particular book only once you have read it, once you had bought that book, so when there was a fresh smell of the pages, that is when you completed one particular book, you have never opened it up again. So it would be better if you never read the book in that case, unless and until you are able to revise any particular book at least 4 to 5 times. It is not worth it to explore that book before entering into the prelims exam hall, because the questions will be twisted in such a manner, it will end up confusing you to your guts and to your inner level. So that is why you need to be very crystal clear. Okay. Now, along with, as I told you, if you have the Byju's book, you can study along with that. If you want, if you have any other book that you want to read, you can study along with this. But even this much would be more than sufficient for your examination. Now, it is this portion of current affairs which oftentimes creates a difference amongst the candidates when it comes to this subject, a subject like environment, ecology, a subject like science and tech. So it is the portion of current affairs which makes a difference. So for the portion of environment ecology, how is it that you should categorically look at the portion of current affairs? So ideally, in this case, one should be looking at the portion of newspapers, okay, plus magazine. Which magazine? Down to earth. Okay. So that is very much required for the portion of your current affairs, because nowadays the changing trend that you will see in UPSC, that changing trend is focusing upon multiple different sources from which a question can be framed. And that is where the new developments, the recent changes which happen, they are very ably depicted in the portion of Down to Earth as a magazine. So that is what you can focus upon. Okay. So these are the two areas that you have to focus upon for your current affairs. Other than this, I would also be suggesting to you some documentaries out there. So certain documentaries out there which are present now, UPSC has been known to ask questions from your general awareness. So these documentaries help you correlate the portion of climate, geography, etc., the land pattern, etc., with the impact on the various creatures, environment out there. So that is where I would also suggest to you that broaden your horizon. Don't be a typical stereotypical candidate of the mid 90s who would be given a particular book and they would ratify the entire book and go happy in the exam that this is what will get me through. But now the pattern is changing. The approach that the candidates would follow through the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, or even the mid and late 2000s, that approach doesn't work anymore. So unless and until you change your approach to study, you will always be left chasing the questions of civil services. And what do I mean by chasing the questions of civil services? So listen to this very carefully when I say so. And trust me, this does happen with almost all of us. When we say chasing the questions, so for example, let's suppose in your preparation you have studied a particular book, you are so very convinced that everything will be asked from this book only, you have ratified the entire book, then you examine the previous year questions. When you take a look at the previous year questions, you find that there are certain factual questions which are not mentioned in the book itself. So you start chasing those questions, what will be their answer. So should I know, for example, a question was asked in UPSC about the gestation period for an elephant. What is the gestation period for an elephant? That was asked in prelims. Now, that was a very randomized factual question which was asked. Even UPSC did not expect everyone to solve that question. Many of the majority of the candidates did not know the answer. Almost all the candidates out there, they did not know the answer. So next year, what was found as a trend, what I found as a trend was that all the candidates across, they were continuously rote learning the gestation period of all the major animals out there. Now, what is the gestation period for a tiger? What is the gestation period for a cheetah? And so on. That is what they were rote learning. that UPSC has asked this question about elephants. Now, if next year again, if they will ask a question again about this particular topic, again about an animal, I will be able to answer that. But that is not how UPSC plays, right? By now, I'm sure you would be aware that UPSC doesn't play by this pedestrian rule book. UPSC frames its own rules as it goes along with the way. So while you are chasing the previous year question, UPSC has changed the question next year. So again, the books start becoming lengthier. You are supposed to learn more facts, and UPSC will change the pattern again next year. So rather than chasing the facts, you need to be able to command those particular facts, and that will come with your greater level of exposure. Please understand, this examination does not require you to be a climate scientist, does not require you to be an environmentalist. Get that very clear in your mind. You are not here in this session early in the morning so that in your life you can become a climate scientist or an environmentalist out there. That, I'm sure, is not your goal. You are here for single purpose agenda, that is to clear this examination. So that is what we shall be focusing upon: what to study, how to study, so that the examination and the task of the examination is completed. Rest of the nonsense which is involved and the noise that you hear about, if from your surrounding, that you should study this particular book, that particular coaching materials book is very nice, you should study that. For all those who have a slightest amount of doubt that whether I should be exploring other books of other coaching institutes, other materials as well, or that famous book, etc., do one thing: attend the 10 lectures for environment here, look at the PPTs and additional reading materials, and then take a judgment call. Because let me assure you, once you have studied all those 10 modules significantly to the depth, there won't be any major topic or any particular topic which will be left out there, right? You might have few facts here and there which you might find as a new addendum in any particular book, but then that fact in majority of the cases not required for the examination. If it is required for the examination, if it has been asked in the examination, we will cover it up here itself. Okay, so keep your materials to the basic minimum and try to expand your horizon by the other sources. So here, for example, I would also suggest to you, look at some documentaries, docu-series. Now, this is a kind of an unconventional suggestion out there, because not many of the teachers out there, they will give you a suggestion for documentary, because many of them, they think about it as a waste of time. But I stand here and I beg to differ, that many of the times the easiest interconnection from various different topics is arrived by the audio visual mechanism, which is not arrived from the basic book reading. So that is why I would suggest to you certain docu-series. For example, you can take a look at Our Planet, both 1 and 2, right? You can take a look at also Our Great National Parks. Okay, these are few of the documentaries that you can always watch, and you can always improve your level of awareness about what actually happens in various different areas. It is not for you to immediately start jotting it down on the piece of paper while you are watching a particular documentary. That is not how it should be approached. But this is just to increase your level of awareness. Let me write it here itself so that later on I don't get that particular question. To improve the awareness. Okay. Now, that is about the importance, that is about the approach, that is about the materials required. Now, because we are here together for the next 10 modules, it is but natural for you to be also able to know that what is it that we are going to cover in the next 10 modules. How is it that we are going to proceed here? So I'll give you a kind of a brief intro. I'll give you a kind of a brief preview of what is it that is going to be constituted in the next 10 modules, so that you can also have a clearer picture accordingly. Before that, let me again re-emphasize here that the portion of current affairs is vitally important for the study of environment ecology, and that is where the magazine of Down to Earth, you can still choose to ignore the other magazines, but the magazine of Down to Earth you should not ignore. This is going to help you even in your portion of geography. Okay, Down to Earth is going to help you even in portion of geography, even in the portion of environment. Now, the topics to be covered. Now, here again, if I ask the candidates, that majority of the candidates out there, that in environment ecology, what is it that you need to study, or what is it that you think you will be learning? All of them talk about the various conventions. They talk about the various national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and that is it. That is where our level of exposure comes to an end, right? But here you have to understand that each and every part of this topic, of this particular subject, is derived from the basic concept, the static portion, which might be possible that you have read it in your school days itself. And that static portion around it, the new meetings which are held on a regular basis across the global forum, they form the portion of your current affairs. So overall, when we talk about the division of subject, so here, yes, the magazines are available online as well. Divide the subject into the portion of the static and the portion of dynamic. Now, in the static portion, you will get questions, or basically the portion about, let's suppose, ecosystem, habitat niche, and biomes, wetlands, mangroves, corals, pollution, different types of pollution, biodiversity, conservation, basics of it, climate change. Right. These are the portions that we will cover in the static area. And from this area itself, many questions are oftentimes asked here. Now, in the dynamic portion, you get international conventions and protocols, international organizations, national legislations, and amendments. Okay, these are the areas which you can ably put under the dynamic portion. Now, here, while we are covering the subject in the initial few modules, we shall be focusing primarily on the static portion. Having said that, wherever, let's suppose we are covering something about mangroves. Now, immediately after that, we shall make an endeavor to cover the dynamic portion associated with mangroves there itself. Right? Suppose we are talking about pollution. Now, once we are aware about the basics of pollution, there itself we will try to cover the portion of ozone hole depletion, or let's suppose the national legislation such as the Air Act of 1981, what it was about, what is the role of CPCB. So, all of that, we shall do one thing, we shall not isolate the static and dynamic portion in different silo. We shall be actually having an approach where we shall target the portion of the static, and wherever required we shall dibble dabble into the portion of the dynamic. It is something which we will cover separately. Certain international organizations and conventions, such as the Paris Agreement, the Kyoto Protocol, the Kigali Amendment. So, majority of them we shall cover separately in a module 8 and 9. But in all the other portion, that is the approach we are going to follow. Any doubts that you have up till now? Please feel free. Can these modules also be helpful for geography optional? Maybe in a couple of questions in paper 2, but other than that, no. Okay. Total of 10 modules will be there. ARMs you should go through, Abhijit. Just go through the ARMs once. Okay. Is there any particular YouTube channel for the documentaries? You will find that. Uh, yes, you will find specific YouTube channels for these documentaries. Other than that, you also have PBS Eons. You can look at that for good nature-based documentaries there itself. Short videos are there. BBC also releases a lot of them. Yes. Thank you, Samarjit. And what is ARM? Additional reading materials, which is given to you after every class. So the additional reading material, that is the portion of ARM. Yes, Preeti, you can skip it up. Shankar IAS book is okay for environment. It is okay for environment. But let me tell you, after the 10 modules that we will cover, there is not going to be any particular detail out there which we are going to leave on the table, which you will cover separately from that particular book. So that is why I would suggest to you that unless and until you are very, very you have a very strong feeling for a book, you like a particular book to a greater extent, where your life starts becoming incomplete without the book. So if you have that kind of wantingness that you should study a particular book, go for it. Just ensure that you revise it enough number of times, but please rely on the PPTs and the ARMs as well. Okay. Our Planet is there on Netflix. In fact, both of them are there on Netflix. Anshu, I'm not very sure about the BAR's Environment Studies course. Fact learning approach, you should never be learning the factually. Okay, you should never be learning the facts. And magazines is good for both prelims and mains. Absolutely, yes. Okay. Tagdis, in that case, please do send me a mail. And I had Madhur, send a reminder over. We'll take a look into it. Okay. Right. So now we carry ahead and we carry forward with the coverage of the topic, with the initiation of the portion of environment and ecology. Now, what is it that you are required to study? Now, before this, if I ask you, I am hoping that most of you would have covered the portion of geography here. Any of us present here who have not covered the portion of geography priorly in the classes? Or have we all covered the portion of geography? Please let me know. Covered? Done. Okay. Not revised, fair enough, but okay. Few of you have not covered. So don't worry. So those of you who have covered, you will find a kind of a greater correlation with the subject of geography here. But even if you have not covered it, don't worry at all. Just the basic understanding of air, water, land in itself is more than sufficient to give you an idea. Now, why I told you that, or why did I ask you that whether you have covered the portion of geography or not? To signify what is it that you are supposed to be studying in this particular subject. When we talk about the entirety of the subject of environment ecology, right, the entire subject here. So basically, how is it that life is impacted? That is what we have to study. That is what we have to understand. Life on the planet Earth. When we talk about life on planet Earth, be it animals, be it plants, be it birds, any kind of life, how is it impacted on planet Earth? So, all the life on planet Earth is represented by what? It is represented by nothing but the biosphere. Biosphere is a representation of all the various life forms that you have. Now, biosphere in itself, the kind and the types of animals or the plants that you find in different regions of the world, that is not independent of the region itself. That is dependent on the type of ground surface, the properties of the water, the properties of atmosphere. For example, let's suppose when we talk about the portion of atmosphere, now you will generally find that in very cold areas of the planet, you don't find banyan trees, you don't find the presence of mango trees out there, right? You will never find the presence of mango trees in the northern portion of Europe, in the region of Antarctica, in the region around Arctic. Why? Because it is dependent on temperature. Similarly, you will never find a large animal, let's suppose like a lion out there, or let's suppose an elephant again in the icy cold regions of the planet, do you? You won't. Why? Because the climate is not conducive. So, the climatic condition, the atmospheric condition of a region, that will end up determining the kind of life forms which will live in that area always, right? Polar bear, you will never find it in India. Why? You will never find polar bear in India. You will always find it closer to the Arctic region. Why? Because the temperature is conducive for them. So when we talk about atmosphere, it is the temperature. So basically, climate driven by temperature as well as availability of moisture or rainfall. Okay. Availability of moisture or rainfall. Now, these can become the determining factors for the type of species that live in an area and also the number of species that live in an area. It can always become a determining factor for that matter. For example, if you take a generalistic look across the planet, you'll find greater predominance of species across the tropics, across the tropical region as compared to the temperate areas of the world, greater predominance of species across the tropical areas of the planet. So that is where the climate becomes a determining factor. Then here, let me write it down as well. Determining factor for biodiversity. Right? So abundance of species, for example, in a region. Now, then when we talk about hydrosphere, now the water bodies around us, that is the seas, the oceans, the rivers, now there also, depending upon whether you are talking about an ocean and sea or whether you are talking about a river, in both these areas different kind of species live. You will never find a blue whale or a shark swimming up river Ganges or swimming across river Brahmaputra. Similarly, you will never not find a Gangetic river dolphin or a gharial out there into the sea, into the Indian Ocean. So the type of species vary. Similarly, the kind of species that you find at the depth of the ocean, that is very different from the type of species that you will find at the surface of the ocean. Right? So here, when we talk about the hydrosphere, here also the contributing factors or determining factors will be what? They will be temperature, very good, temperature, and also salinity, very good, availability of sunlight as well. So that becomes a kind of a determining factor for the kind of species which will inhabit. So overall, what is the trend that you find here? The trend that you find here is, it is the characteristic of the air around us, the characteristic of the ground on which we live, the characteristic of the water bodies around us, that shapes the life that we see on a daily basis. And the life that we encounter on a daily basis, that is a sum product of these factors. It is not the other way around. So the better that we understand these kind of factors around, we will be able to understand why is it that this life is endangered. If yes, what can be the possible solution? If we understand the particular threats posed to any particular kind of a species, we can also find a solution thereby. So hence that particular subject is something that you cover. Okay, so we start with the basics of ecosystem out there. So when we talk about an ecosystem of any particular species, what do we mean by that? So basically, ecosystem is also used in normal English parlance. In normal English language usage, also you use the term ecosystem. It is not something only restricted to this particular subject. So where is it that you use the term ecosystem? Wherever you have to indicate the space around an individual organism, including the living, non-living factors, that is referred to as the ecosystem. And that is the space in which the organism is surviving, in which the organism is thriving, where they find it suitable conditions to create their own shelter or home. So that is what is the ecosystem. So the living community of plants and animals in an area, together with the non-living components of the environment such as soil, air, and water, they constitute the ecosystem. So there is a presence of living components, there is a presence of non-living components as well, because both of them will end up shaping the kind of conditions required for any organism to live into. So we shall classify them as the living factors and non-living factors. Now, these are also what are referred to as biotic factors, and this is abiotic. Okay, so this is something that we will be covering in detail. What do we mean by biotic factors? What do we mean by abiotic factors? We will be covering in detail. So we start with the basic classification of the ecosystem. You see, you have the biotic components, you also have the abiotic components. Under the portion of the biotic components, you will observe you have the producers in the sense who will produce food, right? Then those who will produce food, there will be consumers as well. All of us, we belong to the category of what? We belong to the category of consumers. Just because you are able to cook food at your own house does not mean you are producing food. So we are all consumers out there. the crops that we consume, the plants that we consume, some organism has produced that. We are simply consuming that. So then comes the consumers or the heterotrophs, and then you have the decomposers who will decompose any dead, decaying organic matter out there. They are basically worked upon by these decomposers. Then the abiotic factors, the climatic factors, the soil factor, the pH, acidity factor, mineral, the type of topography in a region, all of this determines the abiotic factors. One by one, we'll take a look into that and we'll try to further deepen our level of understanding. Okay. The non-living things that we are talking about are man-made or natural. They are basically all the non-living things. They, most of them are natural. The That is rain, light, wind, temperature, soil condition, mineral presence. That is basically non-living. Okay, and it is all natural. Edaphic refers to the ground condition. That is what the edaphic factor here talks about. That is what are the various nuances associated with the ground surface. Ecosystem, again, so ecosystem basically is the community of plants, animals, along with the kind of temperature, air condition, etc., in which the biosphere will survive. So for any organism, if you consider any organism out there, let's consider polar bear as an example. Now polar bear will require an ecosystem whereby the temperature is very low, very cold. Also, you need to have the availability of some amount of water, availability of plenty of amount of fishes, because that is what they consume in majority as food. Seals, fishes, that is what the polar bears will consume in large proportion. So fishes, existence of fishes, that represents the presence of the biotic components. The availability of cold temperature, that represents the non living component or abiotic component. So hence, a mixture of both of them creates a perfect living condition. That is what is referred to as an ecosystem. Okay. Now, here we talk about, first of all, the biotic factors out there which will influence the biosphere or the living organisms. So first of all, we start with the producers, the ones which produce the food. Now here, when we talk about the producer community, majorly it is the plants which produce food in almost in major proportion. The plants, they carry out the process of photosynthesis. That is how they produce food, organic component. Those organic components, be it the leaves, be it the stems, be it the fruits, they are consumed by other species. Maybe deers, they will consume them. Then maybe the tigers, the lions, they will consume those deers or those antelopes. So that is how the entire chain is fed. But it all starts from the basic producer themselves. So that is where producer means ability to manufacture their own food. That is what is the basic meaning of the producer. Okay. And again, I would reiterate why I am repeating this multiple times is because I have had candidates who have asked me this question, and I'm left humbled at the end of this discussion, where the candidates have asked me, but you said ability to manufacture own food. Yesterday, I cooked dal and rice on my own without any external help. So, won't I be considered as a producer of food? So, please understand the difference between producing food and cooking food, right? Many of the times when we think about someone cooking food, we think that, okay, this is the production of food that we are talking about. No. So, ability to provide food, right, on your own, make food on your own, not cook food. That is what is the producer community. And here, how will you manufacture food? So, food is manufactured by the organisms chiefly by two mechanisms. One is the availability of sunlight. The other is availability of suitable components around you, and thereby you being able to utilize those chemical components and then manufacturing the food and the energy required. So, accordingly, the producers are divided into photoautotrophs and chemoautotrophs. Photoautotrophs, they require sunlight. for food. By photosynthesis. By the process of photosynthesis. Now, the plants out there, the plant species out there, now they take in the availability of sunlight which is provided. Now, many of the times it is not only the terrestrial plants, even in certain cases, the aquatic plants, which are present at shallow depth, very close to the surface. Availability of sunlight ensures that photosynthesis is carried out, and when they carry out photosynthesis, they will consume carbon dioxide, produce oxygen in the process, and also, meanwhile, manufacturing the organic matter which is consumed by the various different species out there. So, here, when we talk about the photosynthesis, you have to understand that solar rays, they are emitted. Solar rays, they are considered to be white light. What we perceive as the solar rays, that is considered to be white light. Now, that is constituted of a variety of different wavelengths. So, the wavelengths in general for the solar rays, I'm sure you would have studied in your elementary level science, that is Vibgyor. Violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. This is the visible spectrum, right? Now, beyond this also, here you have high energy solar rays, which are referred to as ultraviolet, that is beyond the violet. So, ultraviolet. Here also, you have wavelength beyond the red, that is infrared. But not all these wavelengths are utilized by the various species. So the plant community and the plant species out there, they will require or they will be able to utilize only a particular amount of wavelength. You don't need to learn the details of the wavelength in particular, but just to indicate that they will work, they will be able to utilize only the particular band of wavelength of the solar rays. The ultraviolet rays, they are not helpful. The infrared rays, they are not helpful. It is only some amount of visible spectrum of light which is helpful for the plants. In fact, when the plants, they get an excess exposure to ultraviolet rays, their entire production mechanism, etc., comes to a grinding halt. So the wavelength of the solar rays which are utilizable by the plants to carry out photosynthesis, that is what is also referred to as PAR, or PAR, as you observe here. Now, what is the meaning of this? PAR here stands for photosynthetically active radiation. That is the solar radiation. So this represents the wavelength of the solar rays which are utilizable by the plant community. Okay, so this represents wavelength of the solar rays utilized by plants for photosynthesis. I hope till now it is clear. Now, think about these plants. Plants, they will produce food, they will produce organic component. Now, when they produce the organic component, that is what is consumed by the other species. Herbivores will consume them, carnivores will consume the herbivores, and this process goes on. But it is dependent upon the total production of organic matter by the plants that is able to support the other species. For example, in the entire hierarchy from producer to consumer to decomposer, greater the producer produces, more number of animals and species will be able to survive on that. Very simple. Lesser the organic matter produced, lesser number of species will be supported, isn't it? So how do we, or how is it that we are able to calculate that what is the total amount of organic matter which is produced by these plants? That gives us an idea about the total amount of species which can survive based upon their consumption patterns, isn't it? So think about it in that terms. For example, in a particular region, if let's suppose your local MLA starts distributing free rations, now, let's suppose he has only 5 kg of rice that he has to distribute. So he'll give 200 grams to each everyone. And not many people will be supported. But let's suppose he has got 5,000 kgs of rice. Obviously, he will be able to support larger number of people based upon that rice. Same is the case with the plants as well. So that gives us a term here. That is what is referred to as gross primary productivity, or the primary productivity. What is the organic matter which is produced? And by organic matter here, we are referring to any kind of organic matter produced, be it the fruits, be it the even the saplings that you have. Many of the times you have a certain amount of flowers, certain leaves themselves, appendages on the various stems, any kind of organic matter which then will be consumed by the consumers, the decomposers eventually, and so on, that we will consider here. So when we talk about primary productivity, it is basically primary productivity. When we talk about, it is indication of organic matter generated by producers. The total amount of organic matter that is generated by the producers. So accordingly, you have the gross primary productivity, or GPP. That is the gross primary productivity. This is the total amount of organic matter produced by the various different producers. That gives you the gross primary productivity. So here, total amount of organic matter produced. Okay. Now, all the organic matter which is produced, now that is not something available for the entire world to consume, because some amount of organic matter which even the plants produce, that will be required for their own body metabolism as well, for their own internal body functioning as well. Some amount of that energy will be required by the various different plants to carry out respiration itself, isn't it? So thereby, of the total energy produced here, you have some amount of energy which is also consumed by the producers themselves in order to carry out maybe respiration, metabolism, and other body activities. Now, that energy which is consumed by the producers themselves, that is not available for the outside world. So, that is why for the outside world, what you have is referred to as the net primary productivity. What is the meaning of this? This talks about organic matter and energy produced minus energy required for consumption, respiration. So this can also be referred to as GPP minus energy required for respiration. So this is your total amount of energy which is available for the rest of the species out there for their survival. Okay, for their food requirement, for the metabolism. So everything that the producer community gives us, that and that is available for us for consumption, that is classified under net primary productivity. So till now, what is it that we have studied? So we have taken a look into what do we mean by ecosystem, the basics of an ecosystem. So ecosystem is a kind of a space where the organism lives, where both the living as well as the non-living components influences the life of the organism. Then living components, we have seen they can be of various types: producers, consumers, decomposers. Non-living components can also be of various types. Amongst the biotic factors, first of all, we have taken a look at the producers, and that is the autotrophs, right? Now, these autotrophs can be divided into two subtypes: photoautotrophs or chemoautotrophs, depending upon how do they produce energy and food. So the photoautotrophs, they utilize the availability of sunlight for the manufacture of food. Chemoautotrophs or chemotrophs, they utilize the availability of various different chemical substances around them to produce food. Now, photoautotrophs, they use sunlight. Mostly, they are the plants that we talk about to carry out photosynthesis. But even for carrying out photosynthesis, they won't be using every spectrum of wavelength emitted by the sun. They will be using only a particular band of wavelength available. That is what is also referred to as the photosynthetically active radiation. That is the wavelength band of the sunlight which is utilized by the producer community. Now this producer community provides energy and organic matter for rest of the population as well, and accordingly you have the gross primary productivity as well as the net primary productivity. When we talk about the gross primary productivity, it is the total amount of energy, total amount of organic matter which is produced in total by the producers. But then all that energy is not available for the outside world for consumption. Some of that energy is required by these producers themselves to carry out their own metabolism, to carry out their own respiration process. That is the energy which is not available to the outside world. So the energy which is available to the outside world, that is the net primary productivity. This is available to the outside world. Outside world. Okay. So that is basically the aspect of the biotic factors. Okay. Anshu, my dear friend, I would have a very humble suggestion for you. See, you have attended the geography sessions as well. Majority of you I know by name about how do you attend the sessions, what do you do during the sessions. In majority of your cases, we are well aware of that by now. So, and all the faculties are aware of that. So, Anshu, I would suggest to you that please either get serious in the session, Or it might be possible that you don't want to, or you have no interest in this particular session, you are not interested in covering this subject. Please understand, you are waking up early in the morning. Utilize this time in something productive, okay, rather than spamming the portion for the questions with some very I don't even want to classify it, some very random messages out there, right? You think that you might be able to create a kind of a hilarious moment, but it only indicates that where you are spending your energy. So as a person who is elder than you, don't think about it as a faculty. I'm suggesting you, just as a person who is elder than you, I would suggest make better utilization of your time, my dear friend. If not for the preparation of civil services, something else. Do something else. Waking up this early in the morning, go for a run if not interested in the class. But please don't keep on filling the comment section and the question and the chat box with these kind of random idiotic statements out there. Okay, the next time if you are caught doing that, the next time if we figure out you are doing some kind of nuance there, that is something when we will take very harsh or drastic measure. Okay, right. Now then we come to the portion of the chemotrophs. And yes, and should take this as a final warning of sorts. This is not tolerable in any class, not even the school standard. Nowadays, even in school, the students, they behave more maturely. You are preparing for civil services, my dear friend. So if you can't do that, it's not worth it. Now, photoautotrophs, Rahul, are the ones who will be able to manufacture food with the help of photosynthesis. That is, they will utilize the availability of sunlight and then they will be able to manufacture food out there. Okay, so that is photoautotrophs. Example, plants. Now we have chemotrophs or chemoautotrophs. Now, there are certain species out there who don't carry out the manufacturing of food by the process of photosynthesis, but rather they will manufacture their food by utilizing the chemicals around them. In fact, when we talk about genesis of life on planet Earth, how is it that life came into existence? How is it that initially the origin of life happened on the planet? It is said to have happened with the help of the chemoautotrophs. Life is supposed to have originated on the planet close to around 3 to 3.5 billion years back. Okay, around 3 to 3.5 billion years back, that is when life is supposed to have originated on the planet. Now, how is it at that point of time you did not have the plants, you did not have the various animals out there? So how is it that life originated? So it is said that at that point of time, around 3 billion years back, you had a situation where the entire planet was covered only under water. And if you know about the origin of planet Earth, so at a point you had the entirety of the planet receiving continuous rainfall extending for thousands of years. And that is what is referred to as the phase of torrential rainfall in the evolution of the planet Earth, where the planet Earth continuously for the 7,000, 10,000 long year period, it would receive only rainfall, and the entire planet was covered in nothing but only water. So there were only oceans out there. Now, in those oceans, we had a situation where that is where in these oceans you had carbon dioxide which was dissolved in the water. Now, that carbon dioxide was utilized by certain blue green bacterium and cyanobacterium out there in order to produce energy. How? Because that carbon dioxide would be oxidized through the cell membrane of these bacterium and they would be able to produce energy. So once you have an organism being able to produce energy by the availability of chemicals, that means they are able to survive. Once they are able to survive, means what? They are comfortable, then they will reproduce. They will multiply in number. And that is how the single celled organisms are supposed to have originated. Okay, so basically the chemoautotrophs, they work on what condition is that here work upon or rather utilize the chemicals around them and oxidize them in order to produce energy. Okay, in order to produce energy. So that is the chemoautotrophs. Majority of them you will observe, they will be living under the soil where the sunlight is not available, or in absolute darkness in many of the areas where availability of sunlight is not there, maybe at the depth of the ocean bottom. So majority of them, they are basically denied the availability of sunlight, but that is not a common condition or a pre-required condition for all of them. Nitrobacter, nitrosomonas, where do you find them? You find them under the soil at a depth, and they help in nitrification and denitrification exercise as well, something we will study tomorrow itself. Okay. Now, Elma, during the evolution of the Earth atmosphere, the single cellular organism which was produced have been the chemical during the evolution of the Earth atmosphere. The single cellular organism which was produced have been the chemical to produce the energy. Ilma, basically, they will utilize the chemicals. I'm not very sure about the question that you are asking, but when we talk about evolution of atmosphere, my dear friend, that is very different as compared to the evolution of the planet Earth in itself. Okay, evolution of atmosphere is covered comprehensively in a different concept altogether, where initially you had the atmosphere of hydrogen, helium, then came the introduction of the new gases, then came the modification of the existing atmosphere. But here we are talking about the evolution of planet Earth, where initially you did not have the land masses that we see around. You only had the comprehensive water body covering the and the comprehensive oceans covering the entirety of the ocean or the entirety of the planet. It is there that the genesis of life initially happened. Okay. Evolution of Earth's atmosphere is a different concept altogether, Hariom. You can revise it from the portion of geography. Mushrooms are not phototrophs. No, mushrooms are decomposers. Preeti, there are some plants that can survive in dark. How do those plants make up the food? Please understand, when we say or when you talk about the plants which can survive in dark, it is not in absolute darkness that they will be able to survive. You will have the plants which are able to survive in the presence of maybe a tube light out there, that you don't give it exposure to sunlight, you provide the availability of tube light or an artificial light source, maybe 2 hours a day, 3 hours a day, and the plant will survive. That is those kind of plant species which have very little bodily requirements for metabolism on their own. So for those plants you will find that their growth rate is not very quick, right? And please understand, the tube light that you see in your house, that also emits white light. The bulb that you use, that also emits white light, means it has got a mixture of all the spectrum. So that is where they will always work upon the condition of photoautotroph. Okay. Yes, money plant can survive inside. And Yamini, yes. Vikash, yes, that is correct. Okay. What about the deep water plants? You don't have the when we talk about deep water plants, you don't have the marine plants beyond a particular depth where the sunlight is not available. You have the aquatic plants, so they are available only up till the depth of around 200 300 meters from the sea level at max, not even that much, but that is where the sunlight is available. They are able to carry out photosynthesis. Please understand, the plants that you see around you, they work on the principle of photosynthesis. All of them, they will work upon the principle of photosynthesis. Okay. So all the indoor plants are also called producers. Why not? They will also produce food. So they will also be called. Okay. Now, then we have the wide category which is classified as the consumers. Is this chemoautotrophs not even use minimum sunlight? Most of them they don't. For their own bodily functions, for their own requirement for the manufacturing of energy, most of them they don't. Okay. Now, here we talk about the consumers now. Now, when we talk about consumers, so you have a broader variety of consumers, that is herbivores, carnivores, omnivores, detritivores. Herbivores, those who consume only the plants and the plant based matter, they are the herbivores. Carnivores, who will consume only the animal matter, who will not consume the plants at all, who cannot consume the plants at all. For example, for a tiger out there, it is not the case that today, if the deers are not available, I will eat cabbage and my day will go or pass by. That is not an option for them. For a lion out there, it is not an option that today there is not enough prey or goats available. So let's do one thing, let's start eating carrots. These things don't happen. So carnivores are those category of species who will continuously depend on the availability of the other species for their survival. Then you have omnivores. Omnivores are the ones who can consume both plant as well as animals. Okay, they can consume both of them. Now, out of herbivores, carnivores, and omnivores, which one do you think will be much more survivable? That is, which one do you think will be able to survive in even in the worst of the circumstances? Herbivores, carnivores, or omnivores? What do you think? Very good. Beautiful. You have the omnivores. Omnivores, they are much more resilient. And the reason is quite simple. If your source of nourishment or nutrition is restricted to, let's suppose, the availability of only the plant matter, if the plants, let's suppose, their productivity goes away, or the plants they die in a region due to extremely dry conditions, the herbivores won't get their food. If there are no prey species, the carnivores won't get their food. But the omnivores, they are able to survive in both of these cases. So that is why those particular species, from here you can understand that those particular species who you will find that they are able to have a wider range of access of energy, a wider range of food that they can consume, those are the species who will survive much greater. Then we have the detritivores. Detritivores are basically the organisms which feed on the dead and the decaying organic matter. So, organisms feeding on dead organic matter. Dead organic matter can be a leaf which has fallen on the ground, can be a small elephant which has died, fallen on the ground, any organic matter which is dead. So these are what are also referred to as detritivorous organisms. Okay. So you can have various bacterium as an example, even for that matter, if you think about it. So the dead organic matter is also consumed by vulture species as well. So they will also come into this category. So here examples you can take: bacterium, many protozoa, right? Some types of virus also. Then, for example, you can also take the case of larger species in certain category. For example, vultures. Now, you see, it is from here that I would take the opportunity to make you familiar with the problem of that the vultures are facing, and what is the entire discussion and debate around vulture conservation. So recently you had a kind of a report which was released about the state of birds in India. That is, what is their exact and entire population. Now, there it was witnessed that population of vultures over the long run in the 30-year time span. Now, you have various different species of vultures. Now, I hope we are aware, many of us we confuse in that also. Vultures are different from your eagles. Okay, eagles, raptors, vultures, kites, many of the time we end up confusing them as the same one. Vultures are different from eagles. Eagles, they are hunters, right? They are the apex predators. They will kill a particular living species and they will consume them. But vultures, they feed on this dead organic matter. Any organism, any animal which has been dead, that is where the vultures come out. Now, these vultures, basically, their population has declined on an average between 96% to 98% in certain cases as well in our country for the past 20-30 year period. And that sudden decline in vulture population is ascribed to certain conditions out there and certain reasons. So one of the reason is that it was found out that many of these vultures, they would come down, and wherever you have, let's suppose, a dead animal carcass, they would come down, they would feed on those dead animal carcass, most of them the farm animals, and after some time their nervous damage would happen, their necks, they would start drooping immediately, right? And when the neck droops, that is when your ability to fly, to seek food, that reduces. It is a kind of a neurological disorder which happens. It was later found out that it is a particular drug or a medicine, that is diclofenac. Okay, diclofenac. Yes, these are basically the parasites that you can talk about that. Not all of them. So it would be incorrect to say that all of these are parasites, but some of them are parasites, yes. Okay. So this diclofenac is basically a steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, which is non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, which is out there, which is given to many of the animals in order to quicken their age or quicken their maturity in many of the cases, and also get rid of certain infections and diseases in certain animals. But this diclofenac would stay in the system of these organisms for a long period of time, even after they would die. When the vultures would consume the dead body, that is when the vultures could get impacted as well. So, after a lot of thought process, diclofenac was banned. Project Vulture was started, whereby you had a separate vulture restaurant of sorts. Vulture restaurant, when you think about it, don't think about it as a kind of an establishment where people come with dead organic matter on the plates. It talks about a very large area or an open space where you allow the dead organisms or any animal which has died, or you bring dead organisms in that area so that the vultures can feed themselves. One of the other problems which has been observed in the case of the vulture species has been that these vultures, they would depend on the availability of dead organic matter. And initially, or in the early days, dead organic matter, dead animals would be available in plenty. Wherever they would die, it would be left there itself and the vultures would consume them. But slowly and steadily, as mankind has populated the planet, we don't like to see dead carcass around us, obviously. So wherever we see any dead, let's say a buffalo, a dead cow, a dead elephant, a dead donkey out there, immediately we do the burial exercise so that it is buried. Now in that case, the availability of food for the vultures, that has already dwindled. And once the food which is available, that also is laced with a drug such as diclofenac, the vultures don't have much of a scope, do they? So that is why eventually diclofenac was banned, and a kind of a replacement was given to many of these animals, and that is aceclofenac. Now, this diclofenac would not only cause, by the way, the nervous damage where the drooping of the necks would happen, they would also end up creating a significant amount of kidney problems. Kidney problems in the wild is one of the major causes for the deaths, the natural deaths. Even the cheetahs which are dying in Kuno, a couple of them have died because of the renal failure, where the kidney is unable to adapt to the changes, right? So aceclofenac was given as a replacement of diclofenac to many of these animals. That is the bovine milch animals out there, that is the cows, buffaloes, etc. But last year, again, a recommendation was given to by a recommendation was given by the Veterinary Research Institute, and it talked about the fact that look, even the aceclofenac that we are providing, once it goes into the body of the cows, the buffaloes, etc., and once it carries out metabolism, that also gets converted into diclofenac. So there, the vulture population is still being damaged. So that is why even aceclofenac is being banned as of now. Even that circulation is being stopped or withdrawn from the market. So the replacement for this, which is sought, is what? Meloxicam. That is a replacement for diclofenac and aceclofenac, the drugs which were earlier given to the various different animals, and the animals would retain them in their body. The vultures would consume them, they would also die as a consequence of them. So that is why meloxicam was given as a kind of a replacement. Various different states such as Rajasthan, Punjab, Maharashtra, they have brought about initiatives under the entire vulture conservation plan launched in 2006 itself, where they have brought about certain open spaces free from any external influence, where you don't have the animals or the organisms laced with such drugs, where you have the natural availability of the natural resources and no synthetic drugs applied. So once the animal dies there, the vultures get their required amount of food. That is where the vulture population in our country is indicating a slow but a certain comeback. So that is basically the example of detritivores. Okay. Why was aceclofenac replaced by meloxicam? Aceclofenac was replaced because, see, it was found out that even aceclofenac, when it goes into the digestive tract of the milch animals, the bovine cattle such as cows, buffaloes, there also it carries out the same process, and after getting metabolized, even aceclofenac gets converted into diclofenac. So once that cow or the buffalo dies and the vultures consume them, so then it will have the same kind of reaction. Okay. Yes, Deepika, it is a form of bioaccumulation. Meloxicam is not considered to be harmful. It is considered to be safe alternative to diclofenac and aceclofenac. Okay. But these drugs were only given to domestic cattle, right? Then vultures will feed on wild dead. Not always necessary. Even in the case when you have the domestic cattle being infused with this, many of the times they are also, when they die, many of them, they are also left out there in the wild. So that is where it is not always restricted to the wild animals itself. Okay. Omnivores basically are those species which will require both the availability of plants as well as animals, or which can consume the plant-based sources food as well, animal-based food as well. They can consume both of them. Now we come to the decomposers. The decomposers and the process of decomposition. So when we talk about the process of decomposition, the entire process in itself is subdivided into five different stages. Now, decomposers are which are the category of organisms which are referred to as decomposers, who basically work upon and consume, for whom the source of food is the dead organic matter, who will work upon the dead organic matter, further degrade it. So here, decomposition is something that all of us would have witnessed in our day-to-day lives, right? If not our surrounding, I'm sure you would have observed somewhere in your locality when you walk out there a pile of garbage. Now, if it is kept in the same place for a long period of time, initially you will find that the garbage has got its own distinct coloration depending upon what is thrown there. After some time, not only does a foul stench start coming, you have some liquid which starts dripping around that garbage itself. After some time, maybe a month or two, you'll find that the entire garbage has turned into a darkish substance, dark, kind of wet substance out there. And if it is left there itself, after a long period of time, you'll find that everything has returned to the soil if it is degradable, if it is decomposable. Right? So, what is this decomposition process about? So, even in your household, you would have observed, if you leave some of the food item outside, very soon you will observe the growth of fungus on that food. Leave it like that itself, then that fungus will start growing at a much greater pace. That fungus will occupy the entirety of food item. The food will start turning darkish in appearance. It will start secreting some liquid, and then eventually it will give you the foul stench as well. So that is the entire process of decomposition. It does not happen, the foul stench does not come immediately. But what is it about? So you have five different stages in the process of decomposition. So when we talk about process of decomposition, now here also observe, I'm sure you would have observed it on your own as well. But if you take note of it, now if you keep the food item that we have talked about, if you keep it in a refrigerator, does it get decomposed? No. If you keep it in an airtight container, does it get decomposed? No. Right. So, by this, what can we deduce? What is the required condition under which decomposition will happen very naturally and very easily? Prerequisite condition, so to say. So, for decomposition to happen, you need availability of warmer temperature, you need the availability of air, oxygen, right? Because majority of the microorganisms, the parasites which work on them, majority of them, they are aerobic. So that is, they require oxygen from the air in order to carry out their processes. So that is what is basically the requirement: warmer temperature as well as availability of oxygen. With that, and also availability of moisture. Yes, perfect. So let me write it down itself so that it is there in your mind. Requirement for decomposition. What are the requirements? So you have warm temperature, air, moisture. Now let us go through the various different phases. First phase is fragmentation. That is the first stage. Now what is fragmentation? fragment, meaning being broken into smaller parts. So any organic matter which has been dead, now immediately it won't be absorbed by the ground surface. Initially, you will have organisms which will break it into smaller parts. Let's suppose a leaf has dropped on the ground. Now, initially, you will have some amount of ants, insects, etc., which will cut this leaf, which will break it down into much smaller parts, subparts itself. Right? We have also talked about, let's suppose, the vulture species. Vulture species will also help in carrying out the process of fragmentation, isn't it? So, here, the organic matter is broken into much smaller parts. Organic matter is broken into many smaller fragments. So here, example, you have worms, right? You have various microbes also who will do this job. Rodents also, correct, who will carry out this particular job. So that is where the organic matter is broken down. Then after that, what happens? Then after that comes the stage of leaching. Now, it is here that again I want you to associate with your real life experiences and examples once again. So, for example, when you observe, let's suppose, in your vicinity, the food going bad. Now, that is the easiest form of decomposition you would have observed. If you have observed it out there in the case of leaves, cow dung, etc., that is perfect. But majority of us, we don't have the exposure of that. So when, let's suppose, any of the items, they carry out the process of degradation and decomposition, after a point of time, you will observe that the coloration starts changing, but more importantly, there's a kind of a liquid substance which starts accumulating, right? I'm sure all of you would have observed that. Even if it is a dried leaf, you allow it to decompose in a container. After some time, some amount of liquidy substance, semi liquidy substance, sticky substance will start accumulating at the bottom. I'm sure most of you would have observed that, right? Yes. So that is where you will observe that when this organic matter is broken into smaller parts, after that, when it is worked down by the microbes, the organic matter will release all the liquid components that it has, the dead organic matter, along with the microbial action, the microbial enzymes, etc. So all the liquefied portion that will seep down into the soil, into the lower reaches of the soil. So that is the leaching process. Okay. So leaching process is when the liquefied portion of the decayed or the broken dead organic matter that starts seeping into the soil and starts entering into the lower horizons. So here, by the way, ants, rodents, process in which the liquefied substances from the above stage starts to seep into the soil and ground. Okay, that is carried out, or that is the process of leaching that is carried out by the microbial action. But after this, once the process of leaching has happened, That is when the organic matter will be rendered very dryish of sorts. It will not absolutely be bone dry, but it will not have that much amount of liquid presence. That is the reason why you will observe sometimes in your surroundings, if you have not observed till now, next time when it happens, you observe that. You would observe that the various garbage bins that you find in your locality. Now, if on the road itself the garbage is kept for a long period of time and suddenly you remove all that garbage, decomposition process would already have set in. So that is where you will find lot of liquid materials and fluid waste accumulating on the road surface and spreading on the road surface as well. That is the process of leaching, where the liquid substances of the decomposed material that start seeping down into the region of the soil. Okay, so that is again a phase of decomposition. Then comes the other stage of decomposition, that is what is referred to as catabolism. This is when enzymes secreted by microbes such as bacteria further break down the organic component. Okay, so this further will degrade the organic matter, where you will find that already the organic matter has been fragmented, the liquid portions have been drained out of it. So then after that, you have the enzyme actions carried out by the microbes, various bacteria, protozoans, etc. They will further work upon to break down and further degrade the organic matter. So further break down and degrade the organic component. Then after that comes the fourth stage, that is humification. Now, what is the stage of humification? Okay, by the way, are we aware about the aspect of enzymes? Enzymes, I'm sure you would be aware about it. Enzymes are the fluids which are secreted by us. Also, we also secrete enzymes which help us in digestive process, right? So these are basically, yes, perfectly put, these are the biocatalysts which help in instigating the digestive reaction or metabolic reaction in any living species. Okay, now humification. Now already the organic matter has been degraded, decomposed to a particular extent, to a significant extent at the end of the period of catabolism. Now after that, now again recall any of the decomposing material that you would have seen. Now, after some time, you would observe, after a significant proportion of time, you would have observed that everything turns into a dark brownish substance, where it is very difficult to even figure out which substance are we talking about or which substance are we indicating about. So, this is when you have the conversion of the substance into dark brown amorphous. Amorphous means doesn't have a particular peculiar shape. It is something which can change shape if provided a kind of a change. Amorphous substrate known as humus. That is what is known as humus, basically. Okay. So something which is not very particularly having a kind of a fixed shape, which is very irregular of sorts, as rightly pointed out. So that is what is your humus. Now, the presence of humus or the amount of humus in the soil, that is very much important and a determining factor in terms of the soil fertility. The dark brownish substance that you find in the soil, that is very, very important for providing the or rendering the fertility of the soil. So any soil where decomposition is being carried out, it is not carried out in complete, but it is in the process of being carried out, that is where you will find humus. So this increases the fertility of the soil. Increases the fertility of soil. Amorphous substrate here basically indicates to you that it is not exactly the soil which is formed, but it is somewhat soil-like characteristic which is created here after the entire decomposition is taking place. That is where. So that is why amorphous substrate is indicated. Now, then the last stage of decomposition is what we refer to as mineralization. Now, mineralization is what? So when we talk about mineralization, it is the final stage of decomposition. So here even humus is decomposed, right? So humus will have some amount of organic content. Now imagine if the decomposers, the bacterium, the microbes, etc., they start decomposing that humus as well. So at the end of it, all the nutrients that you have, all the other nutrients that you have, they will either be consumed, they will be lost. But at the end process of it, you will have inorganic nutrients such as carbon dioxide, oxygen, etc., which are released. Nothing is remaining on the soil. So the soil will be drained out of any fertility whatsoever was provided by the humus. Isn't it? I will repeat. Mineralization is the final stage in the entire process of decomposition. When the process of mineralization occurs, even that humus is worked down upon, even that organic matter is then worked down upon by the various different microbes, worms, etc. And eventually, what do you have as a consequence, as an outcome of it, is a kind of a substance which has got no organic component associated. Okay, so here we talk about final stage of decomposition of decomposition. Okay, that final stage of decomposition where at the end of the process no organic matter is left and again nutrient availability is less. Under humification, which is responsible for the conversion into humus, microbial action. They will keep on working upon the organic matter, keep on degrading it, digesting it, excreting it, again digesting it, again excretion. So that process continues, and that is why eventually the organic matter is returned into a very small kind of substrate. Okay. Mineralization means process by which the amorphous substrate loses fertility or minerals from them. That basically means when this humus is further decomposed, the humus is further worked down upon. And when you decompose the humus in itself means what? It will further be broken into subcomponents which will be utilized in the form of inorganic nutrients which will be released. Organic nutrients, when you have carbohydrates, etc. When you have inorganic, carbon dioxide, oxygen, so everything will be then consumed and released. Okay. how detritivores are fundamentally different from decomposers. So detritivores oftentimes they are interchangeably used with the decomposers as well. But detritivores, in very technical terminology, in the entire process of decomposition, majority of the detritivores are restricted to the process of fragmentation itself, not beyond that. Okay. Amorphous substrate basically refers to a kind of an irregular of sorts where the shape is not predefined. It is a dark brown color resembling soil characteristic, not exactly a soil. That is the representation of it. Humification decompose itself? No, it is the humus which is worked down by the microbes, by the various worms, and the humus breaks down further. Okay. Ilma, not much. What type of enzymes are required for catabolism? So any enzyme which helps the particular bacterium in order to carry out their bodily activities, those enzymes in particular. What is the problem with aceclofenac? Aceclofenac also becomes diclofenac when it is digested or metabolized in the body of the cows and the buffaloes. With that, we take a break. We take a break for almost 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes break would be sufficient. So we take a break for 10 minutes and then we'll be back after 10 minutes and then we will continue with this aspect of decomposition. Furthermore, I'll tell you the question which UPSC had asked from this discussion itself and how the type of questions can be framed from there. Okay, so we take the break for 10 minutes and we'll be back. Yes, Anshu, please go on. Go ahead. A confirmation about the audio, please. If the audio is clear and available, kindly confirm. Thank you. Saloni, for you also, along with Madhur, I would request you kindly please send a reminder. It might be possible that few of the mails have been messed up. So it would be an issue from my side. So kindly send a gentle reminder. I'll take a look into that today itself. Okay. And will there be a time difference in the decomposition of biodegradable waste buried inside the earth and the waste on the surface? Yes, there will be a time difference in terms of availability of air, the warmer conditions that is required for decomposition, etc. Okay, and Deepika, during the phase of mineralization, why is the nutrient availability less? Because whatever organic components which are present, even those organic components are further broken down, subdivided into. See, understand, if let's suppose you have, let me give you a simple example. If you have a chemical compound of COOH, that is a carbohydrate. It will provide energy and support to plants, support to animals as well. But if let's suppose this is further broken down eventually into CO2 and H2O, let's suppose, now that won't be sufficient availability of energy or nutrients for any plants or animals out there, isn't it? So once carbohydrate is degraded, we can say that the inorganic nutrients which are returned to the soil, they are not the ones which are going to retain the soil fertility anymore, or they are not going to support the soil fertility anymore. Is that understood? Okay. Now, okay, Hariom. So that is basically because of the process of fertilization. So the entire process of decomposition, if you take a look into it, so the entire process spans five different stages. So initially decomposition starts with the process of fragmentation, where the dead and the decaying organic matter, that is broken down into smaller pieces. That is the fragmentation. Then you have the process of leaching, where all the liquefied portions or the liquefied areas of that organic matter, once it is being worked upon by the microbial action, by the warm action, etc., continuously, so all the liquid materials, they start accumulating, and in the natural landscape they will seep down the soil by the process what is referred to as leaching. Then comes the phase of catabolism, where further broken down or further degradation of the organic matter happens, where it is almost completely broken down, working upon and being worked upon by the enzymes secreted by the various microbes. So the enzymes eat into them, they consume them, and that is catabolism. After catabolism, you have the process what is humification. That is when eventually after that you have humus. Humus is a soil type substance, a dark brown soil type substance, which is only the degraded organic matter. So, in the natural soil environment, if humus is added, the soil becomes much more fertile in the process. So, humus retains the organic properties of the nutrients, and the organic property or the organic nutrients, they have their characteristics which are retained. Now, even after that, if the decomposition process is carried out, then even that humus is worked down upon, even that humus is decomposed, it is degraded, and eventually after the humus, you have the phase of mineralization, where even that is broken down and returned as fragments, as basically substrates and inorganic nutrients back into the soil. It does not make the soil fertile anymore. So at the end process, once the process of decomposition is completed, the fertility is not returned into the soil. It is only during the phases when the decomposition is being carried out, that is when the fertility is given into the soil. Okay. So with that, we come to certain concepts here. And that is basically, now a question had also been asked, but we'll come to that later once we talk about the basic concepts. So when we talk about the completion of decomposition, can we say the soil is not as rich in nutrients as during mineralization, or rather as during humification? Okay. Now, other than this, if we think about it, now components required for decomposition to be carried out, we have already discussed the three important: warm temperature, moisture, availability of air. Now, if I ask you that rate of decomposition position is higher, I will give you the poll option. So wait for some time. Temperate areas, that is the mid latitude, that is 40 to 60 degree north and south latitude, and tropical, or let's suppose the equatorial areas. Because equatorial areas will receive daily rainfall. So where do you think the rate of decomposition is actually going to be higher out of these two? Okay. So the rate of decomposition, majority of you have given the correct answer, but in almost an equal number of you have given the incorrect as well. So the rate of decomposition is basically going to be higher in the equatorial. Okay, how many of us have no clue about equatorial and temperate? How many of us have no clue what is equator? Okay, so I guess all of us have an idea about what is equator, right? I will just give you a minor reference. Rahul, that is what we talked about during the phase of leaching, isn't it? That you have the, when the organic substances are being worked down upon, that is when all the liquid substances, they are accumulated at the bottom, and that is the phase of leaching. So this is your equator. Now around the region of equator, you receive daily rainfall, daily evening rainfall. That is where you have the tropical rainforest as well. Now, beyond the equator, you have the temperate regions where the conditions are moderate. It is not very cold, it is not very hot. So, that is your temperate region of the world. Okay, right. So, that is where the rate of decomposition will always be higher in equatorial areas, because rate of decomposition depends on the availability of warmer temperature, oxygen, that is air, and availability of moisture. All of that will be abundantly present in the equatorial area itself. Okay, now here, let me tell you the question which was asked in this year's prelims under the portion of the geography. So I'll write down the question so that I want you to be able to tackle these questions from get-go itself. So let me write down the question. and then we'll talk more about it. It was a statement based question. Yes, during the phase of decomposition, you have gases like methane, carbon dioxide, etc., which are released, along with heat is also produced. The soil in tropical rainforest is rich in nutrients. Statement 2. The high temperature and moisture of tropical rainforests cause dead organic matter to decompose quickly. Okay, so in this case, I hope we know the options in the case. A is 1 is correct, or in fact, 1 and 2 is correct, and 2 is the correct explanation of 1. B will be 1 and 2 are correct, but 2 is not the correct explanation. C will be 1 is correct, 2 is incorrect. And D will be 1 is incorrect, 2 is correct. Okay, so take your time, think about it. I'll give you 1 minute for this. Let me know. Good, very good. Shelly, so sir, if methane CO2 get released, doesn't it lead to global warming? Absolutely yes. Arnab, Ilma, Sheikh, you are correct. Rest, Abhishek, Prince, Akula, Gopal, Yashpal Singh, Anshuman, you are incorrect. Ashish, correct. Yes, Anshu. Good. So here majority of you have given the incorrect answer, but it's okay. Here, because I wanted you to think about this particular question, and that would bring us to the logic. First of all, if we analyze these statements carefully. Now, the soil in tropical rainforest is rich in nutrients. Let's suppose I am not very sure about this. Let's suppose I'm not very sure whether they are rich in nutrients or poor in nutrients. The second statement, the high temperature and moisture of tropical rainforest cause dead organic matter to decompose quickly. Now, this statement appears to be correct, isn't it? Because in the tropical rainforest around the region of equator, not only do you have very high temperature, you have the presence of moisture as well, availability of oxygen as well. So decomposition will be carried out at a very swift pace. So the second statement is correct. That means the process of decomposition will be carried out at a very swift pace in these tropical rainforest areas. Now, when that is carried out, the entire process of decomposition is carried out. What is the last stage in the process? Mineralization. At the end of mineralization, the soil is supposed to be rich in nutrients or poor in nutrients. What do we think? At the end of mineralization, the soil is not as rich in nutrient. So that means if decomposition is carried out at an accelerated stage, that means you will never have enough nutrients in the soil, because whatever organic matter will be there will be decomposed very quickly all of a sudden. So that is why the soil is not rich in nutrients. It is in fact poorer in nutrients in the tropical rainforested areas. That brings us to the answer D. I will repeat the entire concept. So that is basically when the entire process of decomposition is carried out, there won't be much nutrient left in the soil. Everything will be degraded by the various microbes, will be consumed by the various microorganisms. So that is why the soil after that will be significantly poor in terms of the nutrient that they have. So that is why in rainforested areas, you will find the soil of poor nutrients. Okay. Now, I hope this is understood. Okay. Rashida, what is the problem in this type of question? Okay, you mean the option statement in this case? See, please understand any issue that you have in this particular one. No? Most of the crops are grown in this area. Which crops? And first of all, I hope you are aware that in our country we don't grow crop. We don't first of all lie in the tropical rainforest area other than Andaman Nicobar, western part of Western Ghats, and the northeastern part of India. Other than that, tropical rainforests are not to be found in any other part of the country. Right. So there the crops, wherever it is grown because of the availability of sunlight, availability of rainfall, right? But eventually you will find that the soil here is very, very poor. Please understand. Okay, first of all, I'll spend a couple of minutes about the pattern of it. What is the pattern of the question? So the pattern is, see, you have the two statements which are given. So if one and two, so suppose if it would have been here rather than rich, if it would have been poor. So the soil in tropical rainforest is poor in nutrient. And the second statement tells you that it is in the rainforest, the rate of decomposition is very high. So that means what? Statement 2 is able to explain why the statement 1 is made. The statement 2 is the explanation of statement 1. So in that case, the answer would have been A. But here, the question is what? It is rich. Now this is incorrect because the soil in tropical rainforested area, they are poorer in nutrients. So statement 1 is incorrect, right? So that is why you have to understand why the soil is poorer in nutrients. That is because all the nutrients are drained in the end process during the phase when the mineralization process also takes place. At the end of it, the soil is devoid of nutrient portion. And why that happens in the tropical areas in major predominant amount? That is because of the prerequisite conditions of temperature, moisture. That is why the rate of decomposition is accelerated quite significantly. That is why in the temperate regions, in the temperate grasslands, always you will find the soil to be much more fertile as compared to the tropical areas. Always the temperate areas will have much fertile soil as compared to the tropical rainforest or the equatorial areas in general. Okay. Okay, which option is not understood? Rashida, please tell me. What is equatorial and temperate? That is what I had explained, Piyush. When we talk about the region around equator, this is the region of equator. This is the region which is referred to as the tropics. This is what is referred to as the temperate zone. And beyond that, you have the frigid zone. Okay. Option A, I have already told you that if statement B, the second statement would explain the first statement. For example, if it would have been poor here, so statement 2 would have explained what the statement 1 is about. So if I will further break it down, if I further try to elaborate upon it, so if statement 1 would have been that the soil in tropical rainforest is poor in nutrients, and statement 2 would have been that the rate of decomposition would be high. So that can we say that because the rate of decomposition is very high, that is why the soil is poor in nutrients? We can say that. That means both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and 2 is the correct explanation of 1, isn't it? But if let's suppose 1 and 2 both are correct, but they talk about different facts altogether, then option B here, that will be correct, that 1 and 2 both are correct, but 2 is not the correct explanation of it. For example, let's suppose here in the statement 2, you have a statement that specific heat of water is higher as compared to the land mass. Now, that is a correct statement to make. But does it have any relation with what is given in statement 1? No. So in that case, both statement 1 and 2 are correct, but 2 is not the explanation of 1. So that is how you decipher these types of questions. Okay. Right. As compared to tropical and temperate soil, which one would be more nutrient rich? Temperate soil, always. Quick decomposition cause for less nutrient? Yes. In tropic and equatorial zone, which is faster and more decomposition? In equatorial zone. Okay. Tropical rainforest in the world there, that is situated across the region of Amazon, in the Brazilian area, what is referred to as the selvas. It is also situated around the region of DRC, that is the Congo River Basin. Then it is situated in Southeast Asia, around Indonesia, Java, Sumatra. This is the region. Andaman Nicobar Islands in our country, western part of Western Ghats, that is where you have these rainforest. Okay. Now, here, so that means at the end process of the entire mineralization, that is the entire process of decomposition, at the end of it, you don't have any mineral which is left, not significant amount of mineral which is left. When the phase of humification exists, at that point of time, the mineral presence is going to be very high. Whereas eventually later on, all those minerals are released, they are consumed or released, and the soil doesn't have many of these minerals. This is the reason why you will find special carnivorous plants in the case of equatorial rainforest. You won't find these carnivorous plants in many other regions of the world. But in these rainforests, particularly tropical rainforest, you find the carnivorous plants. Carnivorous plants, as in the plants who will consume the insects out there, right? The living species out there. So, for example, you have the pitcher plant. You have the pitcher plant. Pitcher plant, I'm sure you would have observed, you would have seen, you have a kind of an elongated pitcher of sorts. Now, why is it that these plants are required, or why is it that the plants feel the urge to consume the insects and digest them? That is because you have the soil which is devoid of fertility, devoid of nutrient cover. Any decomposition is not allowed or happens so very quickly that nutrient is not retained into the soil, so they require the nutrients. And that is by where you have the fly trap plants, where you have the pitcher plants. They will basically trap the insects, the small bugs around them, and they will consume them, helping them in the availability of the very basic kind of nutrient. Okay, so this is the example you can take as example of such plants. You can take as the Venus flytrap, you can take the case of the pitcher plant. These examples you can consider. Okay, if soil is less, the soil is fertile because of mineral. Monalisa, your question is not clear. Which phase is rich in nutrient for plantation? Humification, when you have a lot of humus. Why temperate areas are more rich in nutrient? Because the rate of decomposition is less. So that is why the process of humification extends for a very long duration. After humification, fertility increases due to nutrients. Then why statement 1 is incorrect? Statement 1 is incorrect because here the statement 1 is incorrect because of the very basic fact that at the end process of the entire process of decomposition, what is the last process? Mineralization is the last process. Okay, please understand mineralization. Okay, how many of us we have no clue about what is mineralization and why the soil becomes deficient after mineralization? Okay, okay, think about it. Again, I will reiterate with the same example. When I have COOH, have we studied about carbohydrates? Do we have any clue about what do we mean by carbohydrates? Carbohydrates can be considered as organic materials, yes or no? Yes, right? Now, these carbohydrates will provide us energy in our body as well. Energy is provided by the production of carbohydrates, by the formation of carbohydrates, by the consumption of carbohydrates. So, this is an organic compound. Now, if this organic compound is further broken down, let's suppose it is broken down into CO2 plus H2O. Let's suppose. Now, this CO2 and H2O, if you provide it separately, will this provide the same amount of energy or the nutrient as compared to the carbohydrate? If I give you two different jars, in one you have carbohydrate, in one you have water and carbon dioxide, where do you think more organisms will grow? Always in the case where the carbohydrates are there. So that is where you have the organic nutrient. This is the phase which exists during humification. That is where the soil becomes very fertile. Once the mineralization occurs, that organic matter is broken down into inorganic compounds. So now, will that support the same amount of organisms as compared to earlier? Obviously not. So that is why, what do you have? You have the lesser fertility. Is that understood now? Nirbhay, you had an issue. Prince, you had an issue. Okay. Is that understood? Good. Now, that is the reason why I told you that basically the plants to be found in the rainforest areas, because the rainforest, now please don't get confused here by the fact that rainforest areas have very high amount of the forest vegetation. The trees are very high in density. Please understand, by fertility, by saying that they are rich in nutrients, does not mean that if they are not rich in nutrients, it will be desertified. No, rich in nutrients basically means a wide variety of plants can grow, right? So, but the plants will grow nonetheless, because the plants require what? Plants, if you provide them with the regular availability of moisture, water availability, and regular availability of sunshine, plants will grow. Plants will always be able to thrive, isn't it? It is when that moisture is denied, it is when that sunlight is denied, that is when the plants don't grow. In the rainforest areas, both of them are present in abundance. This is also the reason, when you take a look at the cropping patterns, when you take a look at the cropping patterns and the type of cropping practices observed in, let's suppose, the region of the Congo River basin, you will observe that majority of them, they will grow root plants. The root plants, so the kind of fruits or the kind of appendages which grow in the roots, for example, you have radish, you have cassava, and so on. Now these plants, they don't require much amount of nutrients, but try growing rice in these areas, you will find that the productivity is less. It is not as if rice will not grow. Rice will grow, but the amount of yield per hectare that you will generate will be less, because the ground is poor in fertility. The region in the temperate areas, there the, why? Because the conditions are slightly cooler, so the process of degradation, decomposition takes a longer period of time. That is why temperate regions, there the soil is still rich in, abundant in nutrient cover. Okay, all right. Now, I hope that is understood. Now we come to the abiotic factors, the non-living factors which influence the living species and the space in which the living species, they survive, they live. So here you have the major factors of light, temperature, soil conditions, water availability, etc. So when we take a look at it, temperature, for example, temperature is a very important factor in determining where a particular species will survive, and also the abundance of species. For example, and this is by pure logic also you can come to this answer. If I ask you, where is it that you will find greater number of species? Greater number of species. Where will you find the greater number of species as compared to the desert of Rajasthan or the forests of Western Ghats? The answer is very simple, the forest of Western Ghats, right? Because that is where the temperature conditions are much more suitable. So, in extremities of temperature, very few organisms can actually live, right? So, it is the most ecologically relevant environmental factor, and it basically talks about the spread of the and the distribution of the species as well. Now, the levels of thermal tolerance of the different species determine their geographical distribution. Now, if I ask you about the thermal tolerance, if we spend some time on this, thermal tolerance means what? Our ability to handle different ranges of temperature. Can we survive at 20 degrees? Can we survive at 40 degrees? Can we survive at 45 degrees? Can we survive at 10 degrees? As humans, we can, right? We have the tools and the measures by which we can. But can all the other species also do that? The answer is no. Now, if I ask again another basic question here, as compared to land and water, where do you think temperature is more consistent and the temperature does not change rapidly as compared to land and water? Where is it that the temperature is consistent? Perfect. A is land, B is water. Mathli. Where the temperature is consistent. Yes, almost all of you are correct. So, out of land and water, temperature is going to be much more consistent up around in water. Temperature takes, or it takes a lot of time, lot of energy for a slight change in temperature in water. So in water bodies, and by water, please again, let me again reiterate the fact, by water we do not mean a pond in my backyard which is there, or a well in my backyard. We mean the case of the seas and the oceans out there, larger water bodies. Yes. So here, basically, temperature is consistent. Okay, it doesn't change very rapidly in other ways, whereas over the land areas the temperature can change rapidly between the seasons, between the day and the night as well. Now, with that, let us have a derivation of another concept. If the temperature is much more consistent above the water, in the region of water, species which have survived or which have lived underwater for millions of years as compared to the land areas, these species which have been living underwater for millions of years, these are the species which would have experienced a consistency of temperature. They would not have experienced a great variation in temperature, isn't it? Whereas the animals, the species of plants, etc., which have emerged above the land areas, which have survived over the land areas, they would have experienced vagaries of temperature, variations of temperature in summer, winter, and so on. So, in which of these cases will you think or will you find a greater amount of thermal tolerance that they can withstand higher variations in temperature? Always terrestrial species, very good, or land based species, they will have a greater amount of temperature tolerance. They will be able to tolerate greater variation in temperature. Marine species have very, very poor thermal tolerance because they have evolved in a region where the temperature has largely been consistent, because temperature in water is consistent. So, hence, marine species have very, very poor thermal tolerance. Okay, so marine species have very poor thermal tolerance as they have evolved area where the temperature is consistent. This is the reason why, as the climate is changing, as the global warming is upon us, even the slight change in the marine temperature leads to massive migration of the marine species. Many of them, they start dying. Many of them, they start behaving very differently. In fact, one of the empirical scientific studies, they also indicated that there's a kind of a correlation between the rising sea temperature and the amount of the number of whales who start getting entangled in the various traps and the various different fishing nets, right? The whales are able to basically sideline these fishing nets, obviously because they move in depth in certain areas as well. But then with rising temperature, excuse me, it has been found out that the number of whale entanglements have increased. The reproductive rate, that suddenly starts getting disturbed. All of them, they start migrating. In the case of the corals, for example, who cannot move, who cannot migrate, they start bleaching and they start dying. Whereas such drastic impact you won't observe over the land areas. Over the land areas, there has been an evolution on the other scale where the animals or the species have migrated, right? For example, you had the ancestor of the elephants that we have right now. You had at one point of time the ancestors of these. Can we think about the name, or do we know the name of the ancestor of the elephants? Beautiful. It is the woolly mammoth. The woolly mammoth was basically the one, as the name in itself suggested. The woolly mammoth was the one which was much, much larger as compared to the elephants that you see, almost twice or thrice the size, in certain cases, much more than that as well. And they had very long tusks, much larger, and they would be much more suitable to survive in the colder areas, much more suitable to survive there. So that is where they have then, because of changing climate slowly and steadily, observe that the evolution has happened, and the elephants, they are now to be found in the tropical regions of the world, isn't it? So that is basically how the evolution has happened. In the case of the temperature, this is also one of the reasons why you will not find rodents in very cold areas. Why? Because here the size of the body also matters. Larger the size of the body as compared to the surface area, the body will start to lose heat very quickly. Now, the rodent might appear to be very small, but the surface area of the body is quite significant. So, when they start losing heat, they might suffer from very cold conditions. Not many organisms have the ability to regulate their own internal body temperature. We humans have that. You and I, we have the ability to regulate our own internal body temperature. How? For example, during excessive cold conditions, when it is very cold, at that point of time, you will experience that you start shivering, right? You start shaking. Now, when you start shaking, when you start shivering, that is the body's own internal mechanism. And that shaking and vibration, that will produce heat, that will end up warming your body in the process, right? During hot conditions, very hot conditions, immediately you will observe perspiration, or rather sweat starts to roll down, right? Now, why do you think the sweat starts to roll down? Now, once the sweat rolls down and that sweat bead evaporates, that droplet evaporates, evaporation provides cooling, isn't it? When all the sweat evaporates from your body, that is when your body cools down. So that is body's own mechanism to cool down the temperature. Similarly, in the case of the winter condition, by shaking, that is the body's own mechanism to increase the temperature. So not many organisms have got the ability to regulate their own internal temperature. Only few of them have. Those who have the ability to regulate their internal temperature, they are the ones who can survive in a variety of changing scenario. Otherwise, many of them, they simply perish. They basically go extinct. Okay, I hope that is understood. Rodents basically means like small mouse, you have rats, etc. Okay, now after that comes the requirement of water. Now, when we talk about water requirement, it is very important for the survivability of species. Not many species, there is one species, however, if you can name that, or if you can think about that, and that is, I don't know how many of you have heard the name of this, kangaroo rat. Very good, Chaitanya. So, kangaroo rat, I hope you have heard about the name of this. Now, this is a particular rat species which has got the ability to jump quite significantly to a height of around 2.5 meters. It is not very big. It is this big, but it has got the ability to jump almost 2 to 3 meters in height. Now, this is one of those species of organisms which can survive without water, who don't consume water at all, right? So how is it that they make do of it? So they will basically start extracting moisture from anything that they consume, the grains, the seeds that they consume. They start extracting moisture out of that itself, and that is where the internal body requirements are met. These are found in the desert areas, particularly the Victorian deserts of Australia. So that is where they are typically to be found. But other than these, majority of the species out there, they cannot survive without water. Even we cannot survive without water. Water is very much required for us to carry out our biological functions, our metabolical functions, and also in order for the absorption of the nutrients, the retention of the salt balance in our body, we require the availability of water. Okay, and our body has got the ability to regulate the water content as well, depending upon the outside circumstances. That is what is referred to as osmoregulation. Not many species have that, but few of the species have that. The ability to regulate internal temperature of the body depending upon the outside temperature, that is thermoregulation. So let me write it down as well. Thermoregulation. Ability to regulate the internal temperature of the body with the changing environment. That is thermoregulation. Then the ability to regulate your internal body's fluid requirement. For example, during summer season, when it is very very hot outside, in general you would observe, if you have not till now, it is high time in your life that you observe this now, that you would have observed that your own body's biological requirement is such that in the height or the peak of summer you don't need to urinate that much. You will not go to the loo or the washroom that frequently, because the body wants to retain as much amount of moisture as it can. Whereas during the winter, it is quite the opposite of it, isn't it? So that is your body regulating your internal fluid requirement. That is what is referred to as osmoregulation. That is regulation of internal fluid requirement. Okay, that is what is referred to as osmoregulation in general. Then you also have kangaroo rat and kangaroo. Are they same? No, they are not same, my dear friend. They are very different. The name kangaroo rat is given based upon the jump that it makes. That is very similar. And also the hind legs that it has. The hind legs also, they indicate, in the case of a kangaroo rat, the anatomy, if you observe, the hind legs are somewhat like this. They are associated with the body here. So that provides an extra jumping ability, right? Which is very similar to that of the kangaroos. That is why the kangaroo rat. Okay. Now, next comes the important abiotic factor, that is the availability of light. Light and its availability is very much required for the process of photosynthesis to be carried out, and for that production of organic compound, organic matter, which will then be utilized by the entire global consumer. So that is where light becomes very, very important. And which light are we talking about? Photosynthetically active radiation or PAR is the light which is utilized quite significantly. Okay. Then the soil type as well, the nature of the soil, the whether the soil is acidic, basic in characteristic, what is the amount of organic nutrient moving into the soil, what is the depth of the soil, depending upon that, the pH value of the soil, depending upon that, that can also support a variety of plants, or can create a condition which is not conducive for the plant species as well. So it can be a kind of a moderating exercise in general. So here when we talk about soil cover, it is the pH value, that is whether it is acidic, basic, neutral, the depth. For example, in regions where the soil is very thin, you cannot expect a very large tree to be growing there, can you? But where you have the soil to be very, very thick, There you can have large trees with very dense roots also growing there. So that also determines the type of species which can live in that area. So in many areas, the soil depth can modify or can basically determine the type of plants that you have, and that in a way can end up indicating and determining the various different types of animals which will reside in that area. Okay. Now, then we come to the responses to abiotic factors. What do we mean by that? Now, these abiotic factors of light, water, temperature, etc., they are prone to changes. They are not consistent all through the year and all through the various different passage of time. It is not consistent. These abiotic factors, they are prone to frequent changes. Now, when these abiotic factors they change, how is it that the species will respond to that? Okay, let's suppose the temperature changes. Let's suppose the availability of water in itself changes. Let's suppose there's no availability of water for the next 6 months or for the next 1 year. How is it that the organisms respond to that? So there are only a certain ways in which the organisms can respond. Basically, if you classify these ways, you have the classification as regulate, conform, migrate, suspend. And I always say that the easy way to get an idea about this is basically think about it and have an analogy. If suppose you are selected as a civil servant, as an IS officer, and let's suppose you are posted in one of the notorious districts of the country. I will not take the name of the district whatsoever, because people they readily get offended that how come you have taken the name of my state. My state is the best state in the entire world out there, entire galaxy. Fair enough. So let's suppose any notorious state, any notorious district out there. Now you are an IS officer, you get your posting there. Now, there you find out. Now, let's suppose you are an individual who is very upright. You are an individual who has never indulged in corruption or never even thought of corruption in your life. All that you have done, you have studied very carefully, very meticulously, got through the academy, and got a posting. There you find out that there are increased amount of sand mafias which are operating, coal mafias which are operating. There you find out a lot of corruption is going on, right? And corruption is going on at a higher level where you are not even a player who can make any difference. So you will have certain options available to you. You can respond in a certain way. First of all, you will accommodate yourself accordingly. That okay, if everybody is behaving in a certain way, fair enough, I will also start taking money. If that means better survival, then fair enough, why not? So that means you will also change according to the change circumstance. What can be the other option for you? The other option can be that let's suppose you are so very stringent that I will not change, I will not allow anyone to indulge in corruption thereby. I will not allow any of the sand mafias, the mining mafias to operate. I will not allow the ministers, the politicians to take money. I will not allow the senior bureaucrats to take money at all. I will not allow any of this to happen, and I will also not change. So, what do you think will be the end case or the end result in majority of these cases? You will be eliminated. You will be eliminated knowingly, unknowingly. You will be eliminated out of the system, right? That is the sad fact, but that is the reality out there. The third option can be that you take the case that, okay, let's do one thing. This particular district is very notorious. So let's move to another district. Let me get my transfer order. I will get a central deputation so that once, maybe after 5 years, maybe after 3 years or 2 years, when the government changes, maybe again I will come back. That is what you can do. You can move to a safe location. You can survive in the safe location. Or you can also have an option that if, let's suppose, people are exchanging a lot of money, I will follow my own work. I will not indulge in any money receiving, taking, giving. I will not poke my nose unnecessarily into any other area. I will simply wait for the time to get corrected again. When the opportune time will come, when I will get promoted to the level of, let's suppose, district magistrate, when I will have the power, then I might take an action. Maybe 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line, then I will take some action. So these are certain types of measures that you can take, isn't it? These are the available options in front of you. You can quit the services as well. That is also another option. So here, what is it and how is it that the basic species respond is something very similar. Here in the analogy, think about the external circumstances to the abiotic factors and think about your response as the response indicated by the various species. So if the abiotic factors change, if the abiotic factors, let's suppose, they become very stringent and alien for you, you can regulate yourself. You can carry out your internal modification to adapt there, right? Those kind of species, they are very survivable. Even in services, those kind of people, they might become a political football to be kicked from one place to another, but they will survive quite significantly, who are able to adapt to the scenario around them, right? Or the species, what they will do, they will migrate. Or the species, what they will do, the situation is so harsh outside, they will also die. So that brings us to regulate, confirm, migrate, and suspend. What is it? Regulate basically means when the external circumstances are changing, you change your internal body mechanism and the internal body functioning as well. That is what is known as regulate. Your own internal body functioning also changes accordingly. Okay, so here you will observe that some organisms, they are able to maintain homeostasis. What is homeostasis? A consistency in terms of internal temperature and water presence and water or moisture presence, which is to ensure constant body temperature, constant osmotic concentration, etc. They are able to carry it out with the help of thermo and osmoregulation. With the help of this, they are able to maintain their own internal body's behavior at a consistent temperature. Now, all birds and mammals and few of the lower vertebrates and invertebrates, they indicate that ability to adapt. So, regulate will be indicated by those species which have the ability to adapt. But not all the species have the ability to adapt. For example, when you consider the plant species out there, now the plants, they won't be able to regulate their own internal body temperature. They won't be able to regulate their own internal water requirement, water availability. So these are the species. There are large number of species. Majority of the animals and almost all the plants, you will observe, they are unable to regulate. They are unable to change themselves. So what happens? When the condition outside becomes harsher, these species, they also perish. Okay. So when the outside conditions become harsh, species perish. Okay, why? Unable to, as they are unable to change their body's temperature and water requirement. Deepika, the trees which shed their leaves with lack of water, that is the deciduous plants, yes, they will come under regulate. Okay, all cold-blooded will fall under The confirmed category, yes, most of them. Right, Prince. That is correct. So that is conform. Conform means you are basically changing, or you are not unable to modify or regulate yourself with the changing circumstances. So the outside change is the change that you have to adhere to. So if the outside temperature becomes 0 degrees Celsius, the plant species or the animal species will die accordingly. Now, then you have another factor or another response, that is to migrate. Now, why is it that the species migrate? Species migrate when the conditions in their home turf, in their home habitat, that becomes very, very arduous, that becomes very difficult, right? It might become completely, or it might get completely frozen during the winter months, or it might become very, very hot during the summer months. That is when the species they choose to migrate. They move from a source to a destination, which might cover or encompass around thousands of kilometers. Various different species, they have a particular pattern or a path through which they will always migrate. Many of them they fly, many of the bird species in particular, you will find that they fly kilometers above the ground surface into the sky, and they keep on moving across that flight for hundreds and thousands of kilometers. Right? It is not only the birds which will migrate, also the animals will migrate. You have the marine animals also which migrate from one region to another in search of adequate conditions of temperature, in search of adequate conditions of food availability and food supply as well. It is during these migrations when many of these species they will also multiply, they will also end up reproducing in the process during these phases of migration itself. So it is not as if the birds will randomly migrate from one place to another. That today few of the birds have woken up that okay, let's go to Goa, let's have a good time, and then from Goa we'll go to Ahmedabad, and like that we will. So it is not as if they have a kind of a randomized itinerary that let's have fun this winter, let's basically go to some warmer places on the planet. They move through a kind of a pre-designated pathway which they have been following for generations altogether. And that is what is also referred to as flyways. Okay, flyways. Migration might be like seasonal. Yes, it is always seasonal. In the case of the species of animals and birds, always seasonal. So that is where I would suggest to you to watch the latest 4 episodes which have been released by Our Planet, the documentary. Now, there you will find that almost all the 4 episodes they talk about the migration of the species across very large distances. So you get a better understanding of where actually they do move. So flyways are the path chosen by the birds en route to the migration destination. Why do the birds migrate, or why do species migrate? They will migrate if the conditions at their home turf or the home territory that becomes very adverse, that becomes, let's suppose, very not very conducive and significantly hostile. For example, take the case of large number of bird species which come to India, particularly during the winter months. They will start coming in from the month of late October, November itself, right? And there majority of them they come from the region of Siberia, or they come from the region of Central Asia. Now during the winter months in those areas everything gets frozen, so the availability of food becomes very scarce. And when the food availability is very scarce, where do they go? They need to survive. So that is why they come to the tropical regions such as India, which is ice free, so that food availability will be present. So that is why they will migrate. Okay. Now, then after that, you have another response, and that is to suspend. Now, what is this response about, and what does it mean? So it means when you have harsh conditions which are prevalent, the organisms, they shut down the body metabolism, and so that the energy requirement of the body reduces quite significantly. Think about it. Let's suppose when you are out there running, right? When you are out there and you have a very busy day, you have had physical exercises as well. So at the end of the day, you will be hungry, you will require a lot of food, you will require a lot of water in the process. But compare it to another day where, in the name of studies, you have slept right through the day. You slept 9 a.m. in the morning when you opened up the Hindu newspaper. There itself, you saw about G20 and you slept off. You woke up late in the evening at around 6 because you wanted to have some tea. And then you walked off with your friends to have the tea. Now, in comparison, on the second day, you will not feel that hungry, right? Why? Because as long as you were sleeping, the body's requirement for energy was absolutely less because the rate of metabolism was less. So body didn't require that much energy. So that meant you could go without food. So if you go for a prolonged sleep or a forced sleep, you can, in a way, suspend your own body's metabolical activities. We humans, we don't have that ability, but many of the species, they have this ability. And that is what is under the portion of suspend. So it is of three types. So this is basically of three types. You have hibernation, which is also a kind of a prolonged winter sleep, if you can think about it in that matter. Prolonged winter sleep. But here, let me point out that it is not always the case of only winter sleep. Not always the case of only winter sleep. Sometimes, in very adverse conditions, when they find out that, okay, the temperature is going to be very adverse, either ways, water is not there, very stressful environment, some species can go into hibernation even when it is not winter. Okay. So then you have estivation. So when you have very dry conditions, prolonged summer sleep. Prolonged summer sleep. And then you also have what is referred to as diapause. What is diapause? Diapause is basically when you are able to, in a way, suspend your body activities as long as the adverse conditions prevail. Okay, bodily metabolic activities as long as the adverse conditions prevail. So, process of suspension of body metabolism. Good, Chaitanya. As long as harsh or adverse conditions prevail. Observed mostly in microbes, the smaller ones. Observed mostly in smaller species like microbes, planktons, even tardigrade. Tardigrade or water bear, as I will show you the image of that as well at a later point of time in a later module. So tardigrade basically is one of those species which has a very small one, which has been in existence for millions of years across the planet. And as the planet has gone through multiple different phases of extinction, tardigrade has managed to survive. It has not gone extinct. It can survive even in outer space. It was put under deep water, there also it survived. So that is where they make their body metabolism into a kind of a dormant stage, and this can only be done by the smaller organisms. Larger organisms cannot do so. Okay, now after this we come to certain basic concepts. Yes, Abhishek and Piyush, hibernation can be the better example is lizard. So not all kinds of lizards will go into hibernation. Hibernation best example, take the case of polar bear, right? Or certain categories of bear. Certain categories of bear, they will go for a prolonged winter sleep. Okay, right? Body metabolism refers to when we talk about, let's suppose, the creation of ADP or ATP that you have, adenosine triphosphate, the cell functioning that you have. So that is the metabolism. The growth hormones, they are secreted, and that is when the energy is consumed by the cells of the body. That is the body metabolism. Okay. Now, estivation is carried out in major desert areas. That is where estivation is carried out majorly by rodents. You will find rodents carrying out the methodology of estivation. Now, ecosystem can be of various different types and can have its own characteristic. For example, a river will represent a different ecosystem. For example, let's suppose a region here, if I consider this, let's suppose here you have the river. Now, this will be a different ecosystem, and this will be a terrestrial dry ecosystem, right? But at the margin point in between these two, you will come across a kind of a marshland where some of the aquatic species can also come and some of the terrestrial species can also come. So this can be considered to be as a boundary zone between the two different ecosystems, isn't it? So that boundary zone between two different ecosystems, that is referred to as an ecotone. When you have an ecosystem, another ecosystem, okay? So the boundary zone or the transition zone between them, that is what is regarded as an ecotone. Okay. Now in ecotone, you will have some characteristic of both these ecosystems which are prevalent. Both of these will be prevalent. Now let's take another example. For suppose, now think about the Sahara Desert. If you are aware about the map of Africa, Sahara Desert is present in which part of Africa? North, central, south, east, west. Which part of Africa do we have the Sahara Desert? Good. At least we are comfortable till this. So it is in the northern part. I hope we are aware that in the central part of Africa, that is around River Congo, that is where you have a very dense evergreen rainforest, tropical rainforest is present. Now, in the north, you have desert. In the central portion, you have dense forest. But it is never going to be the case that till here you have desert and from here itself dense forest will begin. That trees are there and suddenly there is nothing but sand. That kind of thing does not happen in real life. It happens in the movies, in adventure movies, etc. But what you have in reality is that the desert slowly leads to a kind of a grassland. That grassland initially will have only few grasses here and there. The grasses start becoming much more denser. Then you will have few of the trees here and there. And then those trees will get denser and eventually you have a forest. So, in a way, we can say that on one side you have the desert ecosystem, on one side you have the forest ecosystem. In between them, the point where you will have some characteristic of both of them will be the grassland ecosystem. So, grassland will be the ecotone. So, let's suppose here you have a desert. Here you have the forest. In between them, you can have the grassland. What is also in the case of Africa, you have the desert in the form of the Sahara in the north. Then you have the grassland in the form of Sahel region of Africa. And then eventually you have the forest of Central Africa. Now, here in this region, you will find in this area, for example, let me do one thing. Let me have a better clarity in this case for you guys. So, and observe this point carefully here, guys. If I talk about this particular area or this particular portion of the grassland, I will find those species who can survive in the desert as well, because here the conditions are much more similar to that of a desert. Here the conditions are similar to that of a forest. But if I talk about this region, I will find certain species who can survive in the desert as well. They can survive there as well. In this region, I can find certain species which can survive in the dense forest. They can survive where the trees are slightly lesser as well, right? For example, elephants. Then in between, smack in between of them, I will find certain species which are unique only to the grassland, which are not to be found in the desert, which are not to be found in the region of the forest as well. So here, the species that I will find in the ecotone will be a wide variety. A variety not only of the species which can survive in either of the ecosystems, but new ingenious varieties of species as well. Take the case of elephants, take the case of giraffes. They are to be found in ecotones themselves, in majority of the cases. Take the case of another kind of this ecosystem or an ecotone. Let's take another example of this. Let's take the case of an estuary. Now, what is an estuary? Estuary is a region where water flows back in. The sea water flows back in, and the river water and the sea water they interact. So let's consider an estuary, a large estuary. Let's consider this to be a river. Let's say this is the land. This is the land. This is the river which is moving. Here you have the sea. Here you have the estuary. Now, in this particular area of the estuary, saline water will be very predominant. In this particular area of the estuary, fresh water will be very predominant. So here, where the saline water is predominant, you will find particularly those kind of species who can survive in saline water conditions. Here you will find those kind of species in predominance who can survive in freshwater conditions. Here you will find those specific kind of species who can survive in mixture of a kind of a moderation between saline and fresh water. So these species, majority, many of them, you will not find in the sea. Many of them you will not find in the river. You will find uniquely these species in the region in between the estuary itself. So that means that in the region of an ecotone, not only will you find the species which are adaptable in either of these ecosystems, you will also end up finding certain very unique species thereby. So that is why many of the times the region of ecotone is where you will find larger number of species as compared to the nearby region. And that is what is also referred to as edge effect. We will come to it. Now, examples of ecotones include marshlands between the dry and the wet ecosystem, mangrove forest between the terrestrial and the marine ecosystems, grasslands between the desert and the forest, estuaries, mountain ranges also, because they indicate a very quick succession in terms of variation of ecosystem. Mountain ranges can also serve as an ecotone. Now, characteristic of the ecotone. Here, it can be wide or narrow. It is a zone of tension because here you don't have any only one kind of condition. You have a condition which represents some characteristic of either of the ecosystems. So, hence a zone of tension. It could contain species that are entirely different from those in the bordering ecosystem as well. Now, a point which is relevant for your prelims, from where you can have, yes, Bimal, absolutely correct. Bimal has given the example of the hilsa fish. Hilsa fish, typically you will find it is considered to be a freshwater fish, but it is to be found wherever you have the presence of brackish water. That is where you'll find the hilsa fish. So here, fact for prelims. So that is, ecotones can be either natural, they can be man-made as well. Okay, for example, agricultural farmlands that we have, that is a man-made ecotone, and the one, so ecotone between an agricultural field and a forest, that is a kind of a man-made one. So that is why you will observe very frequently elephants and wild animal incursions happening into the agricultural farmland. Now we think about it that it is the animals which are encroaching our space, but it is the converse of it. We have encroached in their space. We have created a kind of an ecotone, and they have just come there to live. And that brings upon us the final concept of the day, and that is the edge effect. So in the region of ecotone, because you will have the organisms from both the ecosystems being able to survive, that is why the overall population that you will find is going to be slightly higher. So, edge effects refer to the changes in population or community structure. Basically, in a gist, there is a greater number of species, right, found in these regions, and that is referred to as edge effect. The species found in this ecotone, they are also what are referred to as edge species. Okay, right? So that is the property of edge effect. That is where we'll restrict the session here today, guys. We'll come and meet again tomorrow, and that is when we will continue with the portion of habitat, niche, food chain, food web. Food chain and food web, I'm sure most of you have a prior idea about it. We will proceed from that itself. Yes, Abhishek, somewhat like that. Okay. So this slide or the previous slide, Ilma, which one are you talking about? This one? Okay. So let's take a few questions out there. Let's take a look at the questions. So, edge effect. Edge effect is basically when you have in an ecosystem, in an ecotone, the number of species when it is larger as compared to the surroundings, that is what is edge effect. Why is it that the number of species is larger? Because not only will you find the species being able to adapt to the individual ecosystems, you will find certain very unique and new species as well. So that is what is edge effect. Now, Narendra, the difference between an ecotone and an edge effect is, see, ecotone is the region where you will find the edge effect happening. Ecotone is the transition between the ecosystems, and because it is a transition between the ecosystems, you will have much more larger number of species living there. So that is the edge effect. Okay. And Rashida, you can do that. Again, I would say not required to study the books in that great detail. Um, Mixture of saline water and fresh water is also where brackish water. Yes, that is correct. Mineralization, Kirubagar, is basically that stage where after the process of or during the process of decomposition, even the humus is decomposed, is worked upon, and the organic matter is converted into inorganic nutrients returned to the soil. And good to know, Anshu. I hope that we have a better aspect and a better learning outcome from now on. At least I hope we have a constructive discussion, my dear friend, from now on. You have the potential, my dear friend. Please don't let it get spoiled. Homeostasis, Milan, basically refers to the ability to maintain your own internal physical behavior. That is what is homeostasis, and that is arrived by thermo and osmoregulation, where you are able to control your internal body temperature and internal fluid requirement as well. Um, then Kavana, for revision, what to study for this module? Take a look at the additional reading materials. As of now, don't overburden yourself. Let's wait for a couple of classes. After that, you can start revising from these. Deepika, will the building of the Great Green Wall in Sahel region of Africa have any impact on the species in this region? It will have some transitionary impact where it will limit the boundary between the desert and the region of the grassland, but understand it will also help in prevention of the desertification. So in a way, you can think about green wall as the requirement for the maintenance of the ecotone. Okay. And Ilma benthos is an example of chemoautotroph. Not all of them, my dear friend, not all of them. Many of them are carnivores. Arnab, I have taken geography optional yesterday. Hopefully, I'll have lectures access from today. I really need your help in future. If I find any difficulties, I will mail you. Absolutely, yes. Feel free to do that, Arnab. Is land of Africa less fertile? Absolutely not. Pravasini depends upon which region of Africa are we talking about. Do we need to learn the flyways? No. Just have an awareness that you have the three major flyways passing through the country. Okay. Good to know, Tagdis. Abhishek, there has been a problem with the vendor, and it had been exacerbated by the floodings which happened in certain parts. So that is why it is taking an inordinate amount of delay. As of now, Hariom and Akula, no. I don't, I have not, I'm not taking the optional portion here. But in case you have doubts, feel free to get in touch. Can we use how can we use ecotone for elephant problem? What is the elephant problem that we have? Deepika, it is said that the magnetic field of Earth actually helps the species to migrate. Yes, that is true. That is basically what is also referred to as the internal navigation, and that is where the it is referred to as a part in their brain which automatically aligns with the magnetic polarity of the planet, and that helps them to move. But it is not always the magnetic polarity with which they are able to. They are also able to have a guidance with the help of sunrise and the sunset accordingly. Research is being carried out in this furthermore. Okay. Uh, how can we solve elephant entering into agricultural field? Okay, so you have various different measures which have been brought about. For example, you have the kind of honeybee methodology where you have swarms of honeybees on the guards or on the approach leading to the farmlands. So whenever the elephants they try to come in, these honeybees they basically repel them. So the elephants they take different route altogether. So ensuring that there is a connectivity for the elephants from to help them move from one forest to another without moving through an agricultural land necessarily. So you have various different methodologies. Okay. So okay, Madhur, I'll take a look into it. Okay. Which part of the world we can see more migrate species to India? From Central Asia and eastern portion of Siberia. So that is where we'll restrict the session here today, guys. We meet again tomorrow then when we carry the discussion further. Till that point of time, do take care of yourself. Goodbye. Thank you.